Testing, testing, blah blah blah. All right. It is December the 6th, 2025, and I want to replay the Realms of Arcania trilogy. I've played the German release a few times in the 90s and early 2000s, but I've never played the English release. So this December, this will be my first time playing the English versions of the Realms of Arcania trilogy. Probably not gonna finish the entire trilogy during December because that would require a lot of time, but we'll see. We start at the start by reading the manual. So the first part of the trilogy is called Blade of Destiny. This is the manual for it. It takes place in this area around a big city called Torval, which is home to a people called the Torvalians. Anyways, I'll just read the introduction. Geography of Arcania. The region of Arcania is one of the smaller lands of Athra, a primitive world, and a land which most Arcanians suppose to be flat. Although in the past years the hypothesis arose that Athra was a sphere, none ever managed to prove it. Even today, no Arcanian has succeeded in crossing the world. To the east, the Arcanian continent is limited by the Iron Sword, an almost invincible mountain range that rises to more than 30,000 feet. To the west is the Sea of Seven Winds, a treacherous ocean, unnavigable by Arcania's meager flotilla. Beyond this lies a legendary continent, the Golden Land. Whether the world ends with the Golden Land is beyond the knowledge of Arcania geographers. To the north of Arcania, provided it is not covered in ice, are both deep wood and long treeless plains. Settlements are rarely found here, but those that do remain belong to the Nivis, a group of steppe nomads, following the trail of the huge Karen herds through its plains. To the northwest there's Auckland, highlands enclosed by many mountain range and aptly littered with numerous orc tribes. Relentlessly, the multiple tribe engage one another in bloody feuds for hunting grounds, pasturages, or servant. Sporadically, the tribes will join together and, as one massive unit, they will force their way south. And so it is again, as these lines are written. The people of Arcania are witness to another orcish raid, one of the most horrible in recorded history. The dark-furred hordes, full of bloodlust, have left unspeakable devastation in their wake. But what's more, they have reached the gates of the imperial city, Gareth. To the far west of Auckland is Thorval, the empire of a race of pugnacious and rapacious seafarers. With their light single-masted ships, locally referred to as otters, the Thorvalians travel the coasts of Arcania in search of new goods and traders. Finding small, unfortified harbors, the Thorvalians are quick to raid, yet the red-haired giants will attempt trading should they meet with any resistance from the harbor's citizens. Beyond Arcania's northeastern corner is Borland, a densely wooded area which, like Arcania's eastern side, ends abruptly where it meets the Ironsword Mountains. Borland is well known for its harsh winters and poor but hard-working farming communities who make life sorrowless for their barons, counts and princes. Festum, the land's capital and residence of the nobles marshal, is known to be one of the most gorgeous and pleasuring harbour towns in all Arcania. South of Borland's forests are the Red and Black Sickle Mountains. Though not as treacherous or steep as the Ironsword, the mountains are infested with goblins and rarely travelled. Between the two ranges is the Mittelreich, a zone of moderate climate. Many settlements and clearings dot its hills, and a smattering of roads connect the communities to one another. Gareth, Arcania's largest town with approximately 120,000 citizens, is Mittelreich's capital, and serves as the nerve center of the area. On the outskirts of the Mittelreich, dense forests grow and meet with those of the Sickle Mountains. According to the dwellers, dwarves inhabit these woods, making travel through their realm foolish at best. An island province of the Mittelreich, Maraskan, lies to the east of the Arcanian continent in the Sea of Pearls, and is rich with mountainous wooded beauty. It is normally a quiet land where conflict seldom occurs. The rest of Arcania often makes jokes about the status of supplies in this area, knowing full well that nothing much else is worth the words. Its people, secreted and of their own, are now seeking independence from the powers of the Mittelreich. Their goal of freedom, some say, is not so far off. South of the Mittelreich lies the Desert Combe, home of the Nobodies, a proud race of desert nomads. The desert is met by the Etem and High Etern mountains to its west, slopes which shield the combe from the rain clouds that drift west with the winds toward the Lovely Field. A rich and fertile land, Lovely Field is bright with the season's blooms and is home to numerous Arcanian residents, most of which live in Binsal, the capital city. Other towns in Lovely Field, including Grangor, Kuslik, Belhanka, and Silas, are said to be the most fertile lands in all of Arcania. Naturally, most of the Lovely Field's residents farm by trade, and their settlements flourish with an abundance of good and grains. Most of the villages in Lovely Field are well fortified to protect their bounty from the endless raids drawn by its wealth. From its eastern side, the Novadi tribes attack the province again and again, while the coasts are plagued by the Thorvalian otters. Southwest of the Eterne Mountains, Arcania's tropical area begins. The land is marked by the high peaks of the Rain Mountains, whose tips jut above the dense jungle. Aborigines and settlers from northern Arcania populate the area, but remain apart as much as possible. Generally, only trading brings them together. The Arcanian settlements decorate the shoreline and support flourishing trade. On the other hand, the Aborigines, called Moha, live deep within the jungle in small villages secured on stilts high above the jungle's sometimes dangerous floor. They are experts in herbs, poisons, tinctures, and animal preparations, and are sought after by alchemists throughout Arcania. In the southern territories of Arcania, slavery is widespread. In many houses it is impressive to have a real woodsman as a servant or maid. Al-Anfar, the city-state at the southern end of the west coast, is the center of slavery commerce, and long ago earned the nickname Town of Red Gold. It has, however, drawn another name, Plague Spot of the South, from those opposed to slavery. The most prominent adversary of Al-Anfar and its policies is the small kingdom of Trahelia. Located on the south coast of Arcania, Trahelia recently fought for and was granted its independence from the Middle Reich. The southwestern point of the Arcanian continent leads to an archipelago whose largest islands, Token, Il-Token, and Ben Bukula, are highly respected as suppliers of various spices. Arcania itself measures up to 3,000 miles from its very north to the jungles at its southern tip. Not a very long distance for a continent, it may seem, but it would take an Arcanian at least 3 months of constant traveling to cross it. Only a very few men and women would relish the idea of such a daring journey, traversing wide areas without hope of seeing another human face for months on end, crossing hostile lands overrun by orcs and ogres, surviving the imminent danger of such encounters, perhaps only to fall prey to simple wild animals. It is into this world that your party arrives. Politics and history. A democratic state is no climate for dragons, orcs, and goblins to thrive. Instead, there are rulers, people who wear crowns and are called princes, emperors, queens, kings, and counts. The most common type of government in Arcania is monarchy, but Arcanian rulers are by no means comparable to kings from fairy tales who do little but stroke their beards and fear for the destiny of their disappeared daughters. The state of Arcania is much like Earth's early Renaissance period. Just as rulers on Earth behaved during this time, so too do the monarchs of Arcania. They use any means and methods offered: diplomacy, corruption, war, and intrigue. Still, the well-being of their people and their empire reigns above all, and nearly all are divinely honored by their citizens. Among the states and their monarchs, however, Mittelreich and Lovely Fieler I think this means Lovely Field, which was the name of another area. The Lovely Field, yeah, this must be a typo. Among the states and their monarchs, however, Mittelreich and Lovely Field are considered the most important. Both are now reigned by a single empress, Amane III, who has less than a year's experience in the monarchy. The original emperor of Mittelreich, Harl I, disappeared under mysterious circumstances a short time ago, and Amane III assumed his rule. Both states are organized in a classic feudal system. As your characters enter into this political system, their position in society depends upon their origins. A noble warrior or knight will likely hold the honor of his or her emperor highly. A rogue raised in the gutters of Gareth, on the other hand, be more interested in collecting ducats than respect. A magician might wish to serve Arcanian sciences, while an erstwhile elf may leave home early to explore his world. Really don't know this word. A social career is open to any of these individuals. Each will be recognized for their deeds in time, and emperors might grant them a reward, medal, knighthood, or even a small barony. Mythology. Mythology of the gods. No matter how mighty some Arcanian monarchs are, they are not the real guides of history, the world, or the people. A multitude of gods hold this power. The deities draw their might from the faith of those who worship them, but are simple visions or created images. They are rather very real and powerful creatures. Draw their might from the but are, shouldn't this say, but are not simple visions or created images? They are rather very real and powerful creatures who present themselves to their believers, perform miracles, and intervene in the events of the world. The most accepted belief in Arcania is in the 12 divines. They are Praios, the god of sun, might, and rule; Epheret, the god of rain, sea, and voyage; Boron, the god of sleep and death; Firon, god of hunting and winter. Although, if I remember correctly, Firon might be a goddess. Fex, the god of trade and band of thieves; Ingarim, the god of fire, skill of ironwork; Orondra, the goddess of war, lightning, and thunder; Travia, the goddess of hospitality and marriage; Hesinde, the goddess of arts, science, and magic; Tsar, goddess of renewal and youth; Peraine, the goddess of seeding and healing; and Raya, the goddess of love, ecstasy, and wine. These gods are worshipped in Borland, Mittelreich, the Lovely Field, and many other regions of the continent. Even the months of the Arcanian calendar are named after them. Of the other gods, there is Rastula, worshipped by the desert people; Novadi, and the divine twins Roa and Gror, worshipped by the citizens of Maraskan. Between all these gods, which are complemented by an assortment of demigods, there is occasionally a dispute or serious fight, but all have one common enemy, the god without a name. Even this one, epitome of evil and depravity that he may be, has lured a number of worshippers in Arcania, bribing them with riches and power other gods do not willingly give. Temples are found in nearly every Arcanian village and offer your character respite from his or her adventure. Your characters will develop a following for one god or another and will be guided in the god's way. However, gods, virtuous as they are, will not turn away those who worship any one of the 12. Gerbot's Diary. Gerbot of Harben, Diary Excerpts. Arrived here late yesterday evening about the storm swallow. Apparently the last ship going to Thorwald before winter. The harbor was full of vessels from all corners of the world. but the most common were the dragon ships, or otters as they appear to be called around here. Many of them seem to originate in Thorwald, Prim, and Allport, judging by some of the flags they were flying. It didn't take long to find that the inns were full up to the last bale of straw, so I took shelter in the Temple of Travia, obviously a place of worship to the Arcanian deity of the same name. A house to our mistress Rondra would have been more to my liking, not that I could find fault with the hospitality of the people here. The temple wasn't the most spacious, so I did what I could to stash my few belongings in a corner. Not having an abundance of gear, just my trusty sword and a few writing implements, didn't take long before I was comfortably wrapped in blankets. A group of adventurers soon arrived and settled themselves down very near to my corner. They seemed a remarkable sort of group whose minds were not on continuous prayer, judging by the conversations I could overhear. As if sensing my interests, they were kind enough to invite me over to join into their conversation. Dilo, a young mage from Undergust, seemed to have just finished his studies. Svanya, a sailor maid from Prim, seems to possess enormous strength. In the course of her storytelling, she easily hefted up an axe that my fighting instructor Alric would have been hard-pressed to lift. Gerbosh. Hey Gorglas man, happy DOSember. Gerbosh, son of Gradabar of the Little People, left his spot only long enough to refill his tankard with stout from a seemingly endless supply in his backpacks. He constantly hummed a bawdy miner's tune, stopping only when his tankard met his lips. Renaya, obviously another magician of some kind, spent much of her time sorting her little bags of aromatic fresh herbs. Finally, there was Irinilla, an elf woman of such unreal beauty that I could hardly believe my eyes. Through not much for words, she occasionally responded to Gorbosh's incessant humming with little more than an upturned eyebrow. It didn't take long to learn that they too were strangers, and so it seemed natural that we explore the town together tomorrow. Thorwald, 24th day of Travia. The night of talking didn't stop us from leaving the temple at dawn. A tremendous crowd was gathered in the square just outside the temple in spite of the early morning hour. Seems that a daily market is held here, and it's quite possible that the early attendees hoped to beat out the latecomers to the most choice items that the merchants had on display. There was at least one stall for every type of merchant that you can imagine, but it is said that the quality of the merchandise varies enormously from one day to the next. At least there's a market here daily though, even in winter, since in some of the settlements further into the wilderness, it may be weeks between visits from a traveling merchant. Irinilla found a marvelous loot, and we each chipped in a few silver crowns toward its purchase. We figured that she would earn it back from her first performance in one of the local taverns. It was quite an experience to watch Gorbosh do his part to haggle the merchant down. I suspect that the merchant was so dazzled, he is only now realizing that he was paid a third of the asking price. Feeling quite triumphant with our success in the market, we left to explore the streets of Thorwald. We found an abundance of outfitters, arms merchants and herbalists, not to mention a number of healers and smiths as well. There were plenty of temples to the different Arcanian deities, but I couldn't find one dedicated to our mistress Rondra. I made do at Swafnir's hall to give thanks for our rewarding journey. Swafnir? Wait. Might be an alternate name for effort, because he's not listed here. Thorwald, 25th day of Travia. A freak accident marred our explorations today. Renaya was debating with the herb merchant about the quality of his well wheat when a supply cart came barreling around the corner with such tremendous speed it almost overturned. Things beat a Rondra for her quick reflexes. Renaya barely saved herself from the cart's wheels by diving headfirst into a potter's display. Unfortunately, she was left with a number of scratches, although not nearly as many as suffered by the potter's wares. Her wounds were serious enough to make us search out the services of a healer. We found Noro Mystico in the Stranger's Quarter, located in the western part of Thorwall, where few locals reside. The look of the place did nothing to inspire our trust, but he seemed to know his trade. To his credit, Renaya is already feeling much better. We have moved our belongings to an inn called the Hetman Orimo, near the Temple of Perrine. We decided that we would be more comfortable here, even though it's somewhat on the expensive side. But it is clean, and we each have a decent bed to sleep in. Maybe tomorrow we'll have the chance to let Renilla try out her loot in one of the taverns. Thorwall, 27th day of Travia. We made it into one of the taverns yesterday, and Renilla proved to be as much a success as we thought she would be. I'm thinking of paying a visit to Travia the healer myself. A visit of Travia that... Thinking of paying a visit of Travia. Whatever, as my head feels as if someone has been pounding on it with a warhammer. These Thorvalians can drink like fish, only it's not water that they toss back. I met two, Sir Sean of Crispy, a regal knight of his kingdom, and saw Sir Ian of Metavira, a mere jester in his. Nonetheless, they travel together, bringing unique brews to the taverns where they stop. They specialize in producing something they call fire and premium brandy, both pretty potent brews. Swanya was certainly enjoying both of them, and she drank the vicious liquid without even batting an eyelid. I have a hazy recollection of her dragging the rest of us back to Hetman Orimo. Sir Sean, meanwhile, spent the night near his horse, and Ian the jester was found outside his room, still sound asleep just this morning. Svanya, who happened upon him, said he was mumbling incoherent things about trees and fruit and his aim being off. Indeed, Thorwall is a strange town. Nonetheless, the adventurers at the Four Winds last night were well worth this morning's pain. A lot of seafaring folk gather there, and the boatswains and sailors tell many hair-raising tales. I was quite fascinated by the story of the ghost ship rumored to be sailing the waters around Arcania. Thorwall, 28th day of Travia. For some reason, I can't get the story of the ghost ship out of my mind. I listened to it again today, drinking somewhat less fire in the process, and really believe that it may be more than just a tall tale. It just doesn't sound like the tales I've heard in every other tavern. This story has me really curious, and since I'm beginning to feel the urge to leave town before winter sets in, I believe I'll go down to the harbor tomorrow and ask around. Thorwall, 29th day of Travia. I was able to find out quite a lot today. There's a cutter leaving for Varnholm tomorrow. We'll have to wait another day, but I'm sure that the sea and the ghost ship will still be there. Our Bosch was less than thrilled on hearing my plans, but allowed himself to be convinced by the lure of the treasure that could be waiting for us on that ghost ship. The harbor master mentioned another ship leaving in 3 days, but I'm going to push my companions to be ready to leave tomorrow. At sea, aboard the Wave of Gold, 2nd day of Boron. So far the journey to Varnholm has proven to be rather uneventful. We found out a little bit more about the ghost ship from some of the sailors, but there has been no sign of the ship itself. They claim it usually sails farther west across the Seven Winds Ocean. Well, maybe tomorrow we'll see the ship's sails at last. Varnholm, 3rd day of Boron. Having reached Varnholm, we look back upon a most disappointing journey. Not only did we not see the ghost ship, but adding insult to injury, the sea was very rough on the last leg of the passage. Tilbosh and Dilo spend most of the day leaning on the rails. I think there are a lot of typos in this manual. Who's this guy? He must be the same as this one, and earlier he had a different name altogether. Gurbosh, yeah, Gurbosh. Yeah, lots of typos, probably because of erratic character recognition, something like that. They must have scanned it from a bad copy and then didn't proofread it. Gurbosh and Dilo spent most of the day leaning on the rails. Talking to the harbour master in Varnholm has revealed that we don't have any chance of finding a vessel back to Thorwall for at least several days. Since we haven't really come across any interesting merchants here, and we've pretty much had our fill of taverns for the time being, we've decided to tackle the trek back on foot. Coastal Road, 5th day of Boron. We spent most of yesterday outfitting our group with some basic supplies required for the journey, and wasted no time in leaving the boring town of Varnholm. Just as we were leaving the last merchant's shop, he warned us that the orcs were getting more and more daring, and have even sent marauding forays out to the coast. We've seen none of the Blackfurs so far though, but are quite prepared to give them a taste of Swanya's axe if they show up. The marching is proving to be slower than we had anticipated. Our short-legged friend finds it hard to keep up, and Dalo just doesn't seem to have the stamina to push on as we would like. But the weather is fair, and we fully expect to reach Thorwall in a couple of days. Coastal Road, 6th day of Boron. We finished our first battle moments ago. A group of goblins were harboring a delusion that they had a chance of defeating us. We lost no time in proving to them the fatal error of their beliefs. Their advantage lasted no longer than our first attack, as Delo and Irenilla were quick to let go with a couple of lightning bolts, helplessly blinding two of the opponents. The rest of us let our swords speak for us. Swanya and Garbush felled their opponents with 2 blows, and while it took me a few more than that to dispose of my attacker, he didn't land a single blow against me. Renaya had a close call when her cudgel broke on her first parry, but when the goblin noticed Arenilla and Dilo turning in his direction, he was quick to turn tail and run. The rest of the cowardly filth took flight seconds after that. We took a couple of minutes to check out their supplies, but true to form they had nothing worthwhile. Even the food packs seemed contaminated by their filth. None of us experienced any injuries during the battle, but as we dragged the bodies off the road, Swanya received a small wound. We set up camp so that we could attend to the wound immediately. It's not wise to invite infection. We will continue on our way in the morning, and do not expect any further attacks this close to Thorwall. Thorwall, 7th day of Boron. We made it back to town and found sleeping in a comfortable bed quite pleasant after our days on the road. Before retiring for the night, we were sure to unwind with a night of carousing at a tavern called the Lost Bit. It was a prosperous evening. We learned more about the town from the patrons and the tavern keeper than from any others we have met so far. Tomorrow we'll have a chance to try out the smiths in town, as we still need to find someone to repair Renaya's cudgel, and Swanya's axe could use some attention and care. Any decent Thorwallian smith should be able to take care of it, though. Thorwal, 8th day of Boron. I wasn't surprised to learn that Thorwal offers a warriors' academy in the southwest corner of town, but I can't say that I'm too excited that it's run by one of the little people. Probably all anyone can learn there is how to swing an axe. Gorbush, of course, is quite taken with visiting a distant relative, a definition which seems to apply to anyone of the dwarven race, and is offering our services to help him out, as is typical among this closely knit race. Turns out that there are some problems at this academy, at least that's what our innkeeper told us this morning. According to rumor, the faculty and students at the Old Ungolf, the local name for the academy, have noticed some thieving on their grounds. It seems that even though the lower floors are no longer in use and that the entrances to these sections have been bricked up, that somehow a band of brigands must have found access somewhere in the lower tunnels. We'll find out the true story soon enough. Thorwal, 9th day of Boron. We visited Master Dramash at the academy today. Even though access is supposed to be restricted, the guards at the academy's gate are rather lax. All you need to do is bark at them like you're supposed to be there. We found out that not only are their supplies being spirited out from beneath their noses, but one of their students has been missing for some days now. Oddly enough, the academy doesn't seem to possess nearly enough fighting power, much less magical abilities to investigate the crime. Turns out they're all novices here. Gorbosh, Dilo, and Swanya are very taken with the idea of helping out from the start, but Erinilla and Renaya took some convincing. The thought of spending several days crawling around dark cellars doesn't appear to be to their liking. Thorwal, 10th day of Boron. We spent the day stocking up on everything we're going to need to properly explore the dungeons of the academy. We went to the supply stores of Mr. Sturbrand Grasberg and a dwarven arms merchant known as Gorlo Gumbladsson. They are both the best and the most expensive, offering the finest selection in town. We made sure to purchase the best arms we could afford, in addition to plenty of torches, ropes, and tinderboxes. We even took care to buy throwing irons, crowbars, and shovels, as well as food and water for several days. Before hiking down to the dungeons with all our supplies, we figured we would spend this night at the inn to be sure of a good night's rest. Dilo performed some kind of magical ritual on his wand the other night, and is still feeling a little bit tired because of it. But none of us are complaining about the use of a few soft pillows, since who knows when we will next be able to enjoy a comfortable bed again. Thorwal, 11th day of Boron. I don't imagine I'll find much time to write of our experiences as we travel the musty walls beneath this castle. I pray to the gods we will survive and to Rondra for our victory. If we can pass this test, we might be trusted with a truly honorable mission, leading us far into the wilds of the Orcish lands. On we must go, and we must never falter. It is time to face the darkness. For Rondra, for the Hetman, for Master Dramash. Beginning Realms of Arcania. You've just opened the package, installed Realms, and are eager to set off on your adventure. With Realms, it's just a few clicks away. Yes, blah 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 blah. I have already created the party because that would have taken way too much time to do on stream. So, can jump right in. Oh, interesting. Alright, this is the character generation program. Can exit that and start the real game. Certec presents an Attic entertainment software production in cooperation with Fantasy Productions. Realms of Arcania. Based on the paper and pencil game by Schmidtspiel and Freizeit GmbH. Part 1 of the Northern Reaches trilogy. Blade of Destiny. Thorwall, City of the Free. One of the oldest settlements in all of Arcania, populated with indomitable warriors and seafarers, rich in treasures from innumerable forays. The Orcs, furred hunters and warriors, always on the lookout for new hunting grounds. For centuries now, they have been the scourge of the settled north. It is the year 15. This is the story of a sword. A sword lost for 100 years, and yet it may determine the course of the future. Many years ago, the Thorvallians pillaged the hated slave trader towns of the south. Their captain was Hetman Hyggelik, feared all along the civilized coastlines. Loaded with treasure, the dragon ships returned home. All except Hyggelik's. He went straight to the Cyclops Islands to have a sword forged he was bound to need on his next trip. That next journey led Hyggelik to the Orcish lands, the only area of Arcania from where no one had ever returned to draw a map. Neither would he. In a night of terror, the orcs attacked his camp and massacred them all. And so, Hygelac was laid to rest in a nameless place somewhere on the Orcish steppes, buried by the last of his companions, none of which reached Thorwall with their mind intact. But all that is history now. Only the present counts. A present where thousands of orcs are gathering on the steppes to bring death and destruction to the humans of Arcania. But this time, for once, they are not feuding amongst themselves. They are united under a great chief pursuing no less than the utter conquest of Thorwall. You do not know any of this when your ship reaches Thorwall Harbor. You are dreaming of adventure, of the big city, of hearing your names proclaimed by the scouts and bards in all corners of the world. Director Hans-Jürgen Brendle. Executive Producer Guy Henkel. Storyboard Thomas Römer and Michael Johann. G. Hölker, H. Kamaris. Producers Jochen Hammer and Werner Fuchs. Original programming Hans-Jürgen Brendle and Guy Henkel. Graphics Bernd Karbath, M. Henrich, P. Heutling, K. Hofmeister, C. Holtmann, R. Jacquet, S. Jungnickel, O. Petermann. That was too quick. Intro Ulrich Walter, Intro Graphics H. Niedergassel. Combat Scenarios Jochen Hammer. Music Rudi Stember, Guy Henkel. Sound system by Miles Design Incorporated. Translation from the German Reinhold Harmay. Edited by Linda Sirotek. Alright, that was the intro. we are going with the advanced difficulty level. Main program. So I have already created a party before the stream. Six heroes. Going through them quickly, I have Grutla, she's a warrior. Then I have Urosh, a dwarf. Ronyel, she-rogue. Mitras, the magician. Mureth, a green elf. And Taline, a druidess. Okay then. Adventure time. Let's leave the starting tempo. How much money do I have? 20 ducats. No one seems to start out with any boots. So first thing, we hit the market. Weapon booth, I think that's where... Well, he only has shoes. I want boots, real boots. Maybe the Chandler has some, no, but I'll take a rope here. Did anyone start out with a blanket? No. So I want 6 blankets. You have chosen wares to the value of 2 ducats, 1 silver and 0 bronze. How much of a discount do you want to haggle for? I forgot who I trained for haggling. Let's try 25. What is the number? Okay, now it works. But I think I did choose Ronyel for haggling. By the 12 gods, the audacity to make me such a lowly offer. You'll have to increase your offer. Maybe it wasn't Ronyel who had the haggling skill. Well, let's try 10% discount. And let the dwarf do the haggling. Oh no. Alright then, 0. I'm always happy to do business with you folk. Of course you are. Now let me check the skills. Who's got the haggling? Social haggle. So the dwarf has 0. Grudla has -1, that's even worse. Ronyel has a 3 in that skill. Mitras has a 1. So Ronyel was already the best one in my group to do the haggling, but she only has a skill value of 3. Okay. But now everyone has a blanket, at least after I give 1 to each of the party members here. Blankets are important in this game to stay warm at night. Everyone Everyone starts out with a water skin and 2 rations. He's got a crowbar and a hammer. She's got lockpicks. Can put the dagger into the other hand for parrying. What's her combat skills? Pole arms 3, so I want to buy a pole arm for the druid. Cudgel, a spear will do. Let's try 5%. No, I guess 3 is just not good enough haggling skill. Alright then, the druidess gets a spear. Oh, she cannot use a spear. Damn it. Well then, keep your obsidian dagger for now. And I will give the spear to Grudler. Still need shoes. Since they only have shoes here and no boots, I'll take the shoes for now. Let's still try 5%. Nope. 1%. Well, I guess it's just a success or no success thing, regardless of how much you try to haggle for. Give everyone a pair of shoes. All right. Now that I have this equipment, back to the temple and save the game. And can't see anything on the map yet. What I usually do is when I get to a new town in this game, I'll just run around it once to get the entire map revealed. That was the perimeter. Yeah, most of it, just a couple of squares missing on the inside. That's the map of Thorwald. This one, yes. Save once more. Okay. What's your cheating skill, Ronja? Cheat 8. So it's time to go to the taverns. This is an inn. I want to go to a tavern. The cyan buildings are either taverns or inns. Here we have a tavern. Which talent? Cheat. Ronja. Got caught. Crap. You frauds, you dare to show your nose here again? Some nerve. You're thrown out of the tavern right away. Well, there are other taverns in this town. And I think after a while they will forget about the cheating attempts. Oh, Hateman or Remo, that he was mentioned in the diary of the manual. This inn includes a tavern as well. Visit the tavern. Hi. You enter the tavern. There aren't many customers around. The tavern keeper looks over at you, then turns back to sorting his tankards. Mugs and tumblers. You sit down. The tavern keeper asks, "What can I get you folks?" 6 stouts. Tavern keeper fills some tankards with the beer you ordered and puts it down in front of you with a hearty cheers. Thanks. And tavern keeper, who had already turned to leave, stops and comes back. He looks at you quizzically. Anything else? Yes, you know your way around here, don't you? Why, of course. What would you like to know? Oh, nothing in particular. Well, I know a lot of stuff. For instance, many otters are away all year and you cannot visit their otter skins while they are gone. But I don't know whether that's any help to you, of course. No, not much use to us, I'm afraid. Sorry, I couldn't be more of a help, the tavern keeper says and turns his attention to another customer about to order a tankard of ale. A Thorvallian with a war coat, a heavy axe, and a signal horn at his belt enters the tavern. Hear ye, hear ye. Hateman Tron de Torbenson is looking for heroes willing and able to take upon them a dangerous quest that may very well be the last they undertake, but which shall ensure them immortal glory and good remuneration should they succeed. To complete this quest, knowledge not only of swordsmanship but also of sorcery is needed. Whosoever believes they possess the skills and courage needed for this undertaking, see the Hateman in Thorwald as soon as possible. Well, that's us. We believe we have the skills and the courage needed for this undertaking. A woman comes up to you. May I treat you to a beer? Oh, why sure, anytime, thanks. Hey, tavern keeper, beer for my friends and me. May I introduce myself? My name is Garheld Arendsdotter. You introduce yourselves. She tells you about this place. The most interesting thing she notes is there are a lot of weapons stored in the armory. Well, no shit. Well, pals, it's getting late. I've got to get home now. Nice meeting you, though. She bids you all a very friendly goodbye and leaves the tavern. You look around, nothing much has happened. Some customers may have left the tavern, but others must have come in and taken their places. Do you have another drink at the bar, order something to eat, or leave? I will leave. You pay for your beer and leave. Grudler seems to have had one too many. Walking a straight line is quite a task for her, and her stomach is distinctly queasy. Mitrus seems to have had one too many. Walking a straight line is quite a task for him, and his stomach is distinctly queasy. You actually spend 1 silver and 2 bronze in the tavern. Okay. It's dark. Let's hit the inn. Rent a room. First, let's get some food. We have everything your heart desires. For 17 silver crowns, you will all leave satisfied. Yes, you couldn't call the food and drink a feast, but it isn't half bad either. Okay, so this is rent a room. What kind of room do you require? Dormitory, 5 bits per person. I think a bit is a copper bit. Single rooms 30 bits and 10 copper bits is 1 silver. So this would be 3 silver, I think. And this would be 1 ducat. Yeah, I think 10 bits copper was 1 silver, and 10 bits silver is 1 ducat. I'll take the dormitory. How many nights? 1. Just 1. Okay, I want to upgrade the wand spell of the magician as soon as possible to the highest level, because then it can be used as a rope and as a torch. Failed. Can I try again? Right, last use of magic reduced the constitution value more than enough already. Okay, so I can't try again. Well then, I'll sleep. Okay, and now we go visit the Hetman. If I remember correctly, he was somewhere around here. High above the town rises the Hetman's Otterskin, housing not only Hetman Tronde's domicile, Hetman Tronde's house, but also a barracks and the famous map library. 2 muzzled sentries brandishing awe-inspiring axes stand guard at the heavy gates of the outer wall. Obviously warriors of the head guards. What do you want? We came because of the appeal. We are the heroes the Hetman is looking for. We'll tell the Hetman, but no one else. Well, we are the heroes the Hetman is looking for. Ah, you know. Oh, you've certainly got the daring for it, I'll say. Alright then, follow me. Hetman Tonde. One of the guards leads you to the big long house where Hetman Tonde is brooding over some ancient maps, illuminated by a number of candles. After you have formally introduced yourselves, let's dispense with formalities. So you think you can fight your way through the wilderness for months trying to find something you know nothing about? Well then, that's courage for you. Right then. Thorwald is in terrible danger. The orcs are massing in the upper Bodia Valley, and it looks like they've united under one chief this time. If the sages were correct in their predictions, it's going to be an army of thousands this time. We must prevent the orcs from reaching Vilmholm. If they do, our war is certain. I have studied the old legends, and have reached the conclusion that we must try to dominate the orc chieftain. The cowardice of the chieftain should be enough to make the entire orc army retreat. Magic would be best for that, of course, but you know how it is. If Sorcerer isn't incompetent, he's on the other side. So we have to resort to other means. There's a weapon that was lost in the Orcish lands dozens of years ago. Grimring, the sword of the famous Hetman Hyggelik, who led an expedition to the Orcish lands, but who unfortunately has never returned. His tomb must be somewhere in this enemy territory, and with it is probably his sword as well. It is said that sword put the fear of the gods into the orcs and their shamans, or whatever they call their religious leaders. Orcs are supposed to have an excellent memory for stuff like that. If we could get our hands on that weapon, and some brave warrior were to display it to those orcs, preferably by hacking some of them to pieces, we'd be halfway home and dry. Either they'd disband then and there, or at the very least they'd be so demoralized that we could push them back without much of an effort. So, now you know the story. Do you still have the courage to go out and start looking? Of course, but there's just one question. I can give you a writ, allowing you to get supplies from the arsenal, and of course you will be royally rewarded on your return. One more thing. As far as I know, there's a direct descendant of Hyggelik still around, one Isleif Olgarsson in Felstein. Try your luck there. Should take a note about that. I have a pencil here. And a piece of paper. So, he says, direct descendant of Hyggelik, Isleif Olgarsson. Felstein. So that's the first address we need to check. Try your luck there. Alright. But wait, he gave me the writ for the letter of introduction. This is a letter of introduction. said we can get stuff from the arsenal with that. And the arsenal, was it here? No. So where was the arsenal? It wasn't this tower, no. Oh, it might have been this building. Yeah, I think. From a past playthrough, I remember it to be one in a group of buildings. You are standing before a wall of palisades, 3 paces high, with a well-guarded gate leading inside. Do you ask to be let in? Sorry, this is the Wind Rider's otter skin, and we are not allowed to let anyone in while the otter's away. Okay, that was not the arsenal. Maybe it was here. Storm Children's otter skin. Okay, not the arsenal either. Where was it? Not here. It's not that one. Where the heck was the arsenal? No, I'm not breaking into the house. Trying. This is the city magistrate's building. There's a young Thorvalian girl dressed in the typical garb of her people in the entry hall. The Hetman sent us. A few minutes later, a martial-looking Thorvalian woman enters the hall. Yadra Thornsdottir, head woman of Bordir, and something like a majoress of this city. Tonda charged you with a dangerous quest, didn't he? Well, as we are more or less at war with the orcs, I can give you a writ that lets you have weapons from the armory. Don't overdo it, though. You couldn't carry any cannons anyway. My best wishes, and may Swafnir be with you. Yadra scribbles something on a piece of paper and hands it to you. Good luck. Well, so this was not the armory either. Where the heck is the armory? Maybe it's just next door. No, it's not. You're standing in front of a 3-story tower of dark grey basalt. You can see an entrance on the ground floor and a window on the top floor, both of which have been bricked up. Posted on the former entrance there's a sign, the only one of its kind in all of Thorwall. No entry. Still looking for the armory. Was it here? No. I guess I have to check every house to see if it's the armory. Maybe I'll first check houses that look somehow special. have to check every house. So I start in this end of the town. You're standing in front of a windmill, a miracle of technology. Do you want to knock and visit the miller? Yes, why not? After a number of knocks, a heavy-set man appears. Unless you've got grain to grind, buzz off and stop keeping me from my work. Okay. To reach the Hjeldingard Tower, you would have to cross a natural stone bridge a good 40 paces above the shore. But you do have a fantastic view of the Gulf of Prim from here as well. The tower rises another 20 paces up, and with its signal fire, it's sure to be a useful beacon from far and wide. Unfortunately, no one is answering your knocks, so you won't be able to travel out to the tower to experience the magnificent view across the sea. Too bad, because you've heard that on a clear day you can see all the way to Prim. So Prim is another town. Let's display the map for a second. I should also configure a hotkey for the map. So Thorwald is on the right-hand side of that gulf, and Prim is on the left-hand side. Just high above the town rises the old imperial fortress called the Old Ugdalf by the Thorvalians. Here resides the Thorvalian War Academy, a not very prestigious but necessary and useful institution. As you approach the gates, two snappy young warriors block your way. Halt! Who goes there? Rundra be with you. What's the password? Rundra with you. Conference with Master Dramash. After a while, a middle-aged dwarf in shiny coat of mail appears. You don't look as if you intend to enlist, he states laconically. But seeing as you are here, you might be able to help me with a certain problem I've got. You may know that the fortress works go on for miles below this mountain and provide access to a number of places inside the town. Well, we still use the upper floors of the underground hallways for storage, but the entrance to the lower levels is blocked. Still, supplies keep disappearing from our stores, even weapons. And now one of our students, too. I haven't got the men to search the cellars systematically, so I want to ask you to do it. 20 ducats up front, 50 on completion, and anything you find down there is yours. Alright, you've got yourself a deal. Good. Go get some equipment and come back then. Rundra be with you. Okay, so that's our first quest, but I still haven't found the armory. Checking all the buildings now. You're standing in front of a clairvoyant college, Thor's Academy of Magic. A young adept asks why you've come. Do you sell miracle tinctures? You better go see an apothecary for that. He's in to be with you. Oh, thanks for nothing. This is just a regular shop here. So the grey ones are shops. Cyan ones are the heirs of the surviving Higgledick expedition members are rumored to own a map to the legendary sword. If only someone would find it and show the orcs that humans are the superior race a woman owns. The cyan ones are inns or taverns. The orange ones are temples. A sign on the heavy oak door proclaims Embassy of the New Empire, closed for relocation. A guard in front of the door watches you with suspicion. You knock, but nothing happens. Still looking for the armory. You are in front of the Embassy of the Old Empire. Resplendent building in the new Islamitic style. Two guards are standing at the carved oaken doors. As you approach, they cross their halberds. Sorry, no entrance today. His honor is out. Looking for the armory still. This is a healer, I think. Stova Sturrebrands. You enter the richly furnished office of the Festum Trade Prince Stova Regolan Sturrebrand, one of Arcania's richest men. Besides being involved in heavy trading, Sturrebrand has a money exchange and loan here. Your account, 0 silver pieces. Do you deposit gold, take gold, leave? I am leaving. I'll keep my gold, thanks. Don't bother me, a woman says when she sees you in the doorway. There are plenty of wild orcs you can toy around with, but keep your hands off me. Okay, I'm just looking for the armory. Chill. Hey Tim, happy DOSember. Yep, Realms of Arcania. Playing the English version for the first time. I have completed the German version a couple of times in the 90s and early 2000s. After all that I've heard, life isn't all too safe these days. Luckily, you guys don't look orcish to me, a tall man mentions with a grin as he opens to your knocks. Let's just hope that the Hetman finds some fearless heroes to put them in their place. Why don't you take on that job? I already did. I'm looking for the armory. Tim, have you played this? Do you remember where the armory was? Because I'm trying to find it at the moment. I was sure it was one of the buildings here. Slowly the door opens just a crack, and a pair of eyes becomes visible. A weak voice asks, "Who are you?" "Adventurers," one of you replies. "Then go do your job and help us stay alive. Go on, find the sword and defeat the leader of the Orcish pack." The door door slams shut. This isn't the armory either. From the dark interior of the home's inner sanctum, an elderly woman appears with wide eyes staring at you.
Arcania is in danger, don't you know? Don't you agree it's time to do something against it? Go for it, and don't you dare show your faces here again till the danger has passed.
Everyone's so friendly towards me. Did I check the top row of buildings here already? I think I did. Not the armory either. Where the heck is the armory? Not here. This is just one of the otter skins, yeah, the Windrider's otter skin. Maybe the 4 buildings over there. A face marked by disease and starvation stares at you as you turn the corner. In those eyes you can see all the pain of the world. Slowly an open palm appears from the rags. Take this ducat for Travio's sake. A knowing grin flashes across the man's face as he rises from the ground in a sudden display of health. Gotta make a living somehow. Still, nothing is free in this life except death, and that costs your life. But maybe you can profit from some knowledge. The headmen own a very well-stocked map library. Yeah. This guy. But he's right, you got to make a living somehow. I'll try to find the armory still. Maybe it was here. This is the entrance to Ansia Arilson's Wharf, the largest shipbuilding concern in Thorwall. If you had the money, something like 20,000 ducats or more, could have your very own dragon ship, Cog or Caravel built here. Okay, we're not doing that. This is a way station of the Bylung Riders. From here, you can theoretically post messages to anywhere in Arcania. Right now, though, it doesn't seem to be operating, so you are very much dependent on your own 2 feet. I just want to find the armory. You are standing in front of a 3-story tower. I've already checked that building earlier. A city magistrate. I've already been there. Where did they hide the armory? Maybe behind me? No. We could have at least given... Could have at least given the armory a special color. Maybe it has a special color. Maybe it is one of the shop-colored buildings. I should check that. The heroes spend a week searching for the armory, because no one in this entire town would give them a hint about its whereabouts. feel like I've already checked every building now, except the ones that are not open for business right now. Maybe the armory was one of the shop buildings. Okay, I will go to a temple. I mean, turn in, rent a room, stay the night. Check the buildings again now. First, I will save the game. Okay. So I want to check the green and the gray ones. And I'll start on this side of town again. So here's a grey one, that's just a regular Chandler. That's a weapon store. There's a blacksmith. Another weapon store. And this is probably just, yeah, this is just no. The colored ones are not the armory. Before I search for another hour, I'll quickly check the internet. Thorwall Armory. Destiny, Thorwall map. These are all armory. Where the heck? Okay, it's south of one of the otter skins. Should be this building here. What do you want here at the arsenal? An old one-legged man asks rather distractedly as he's busy rifling through the piles of paper on his desk. Have you got a writ from the Hetman or from Yadra? He continues without lifting his head. Yes, we do. Here it is. Well, surprise, surprise. That hasn't happened in years. Are we at war, then? Oh well, I don't care. No one is going to draft me anymore. Come along, I'll show you the weapons available. Just take what you need, it's yours, up to a value of 30 ducats. I take your money until you leave again. Okay. So here we can get some stuff. First I want a quarterstaff for my druid. Then I want a couple of extra daggers. What was his combat skill? Axis 5. So he's currently using a mace. I want to switch that for an axe, a hatchet, orc hook is an axe, catch ogre, war axe counts as two-handed weapon. Catch ogre counts as pointed weapon. That's one for Roniel then, so I'll have one of those. And the orc hook for the dwarf. That's already 23 ducats. Can I afford proper boots for everyone? Yep. Okay. Well, let's haggle then. Try 50% discount. No. That failed. 25%. You're ruining me, but I like you, so I shall give it to you even so. Okay. Saved some there, and I can also sell the weapon that I don't need anymore. I think yeah, I can sell the shoes since I bought proper boots now. That's okay. Distribute the stuff first. Then check what else I need. Orc hook was for the dwarf. Give everyone their boots. And I had a number of extra daggers for defense. stuff. I hope that she can use it. Yes, okay. This is for the rogue. Catch ogre. Oh, she can keep the rapier as a fallback. She only has a shirt. Everyone, looks like everyone only has a shirt except for the warrior. And the dwarf has nothing, just pants. So I need 1, 2, 3 harnesses. Leather harness. Oh, I can do. I can't afford. I can't afford a leather harness for everyone. Yeah, you don't have that kind of money. Okay, then I will take just 1 extra leather harness for now, and that's for the dwarf. These letters I think I don't need anymore. At least, no, I think I can throw them away later. This was just for this. They were for this place specifically. And I can still get stuff for 3 ducats. What else could I get? Can't even afford a leather cap. So I'll take a few extra arrows then. Couple of extra arrows for Mirth. And then that's that. Now I want to save the game and then try to get some extra money in the taverns from cheating. I mean, not cheating in the video game sense, but cheating in the skill sense of the game. Where is it? Craftsmanship cheat. That's for playing cards in the taverns to win some extra money. Someone empties a chamber pot out the window right above Mirth, but that's okay. No, that's not okay. But they did what they did. The taverns aren't open yet, it seems. Visit the tavern. Okay. Let's try some card games here. Got caught. Crap. No luck. Let's try the other tavern on the other side. Also got caught. Yeah, this isn't going well. Huh. Maybe I won't get more money. I'll go into the dungeon then with the equipment that I already got and hope to come out alive. Master Dramash is already waiting for you at the gate. Ready? Good. Let's get started then. He leads you to a former watchtower, down a number of stairways, and finally to a massive iron-plated door. From here on, you are on your own. May the 12th be with you. Thanks, Master Dramash. I forgot. I don't even have a torch. So we'll walk right back outside and buy a torch. Not at the herbalist. But at the chandler. A lantern. Where's a torch? Does she not have a torch? Oh, there's a torch. Let's get... Oh, I have quite a bit of money. I could just go to a regular shop and... yeah. I get 6 torches. Although a single one would be enough, I think. Do I have a whetstone? No. I want a whetstone to take care of the weapons. And I might need a tinderbox to light the torch. Hoe? How's this a hoe? This is a... Oh, maybe that's a different word for a pickaxe. An alchemy set. Oh, this is expensive. Let's not buy an alchemy set right now. Do I need anything else here? No, I think I don't need anything else for now. Distribute the weight a little. How does the dwarf... well. Okay, I have just now, but as I saw that I have some money, I would like to buy some better armor for the ones in my party who don't have any proper armor yet. That was Roniel, Murith, and Taline. So I need three pieces of leather harness. Do I take leather caps as well? I think, yeah. I think I will also take... I don't have enough money for... Well, then no one gets a leather cap. But I can try to haggle. 25. Okay. So now can I now afford... That's 6 ducats per piece. I could afford 4 leather caps. Or I could go in without leather caps. Decisions. Let's distribute the harnesses first. Then I can sell the shirts. Don't need them anymore. Venture into the dungeon. Wait, I'm disoriented. Should be in the west. Yep, here it is. Okay, I need to light a torch. I forgot if it lights itself. Didn't I buy a tinderbox? Did I forget to buy a tinderbox? Looks like I don't have one. Can I use object? Use object. Griddler has no tinderbox. Okay. One more trip back into the town. Chandler, buy that freaking tinderbox. Now, Core, the stink is especially bad around here. Or is that you? It's definitely not me. Alright, now. Use object. Griddler lights the torch. Great. So now we can see where we're going. The old fortress. north first. You see a small, unadorned shrine to Fex in the corner of the alcove. Although not elaborate in appearance, it seems that visitors are generous with their offerings. A quick glance reveals almost 20 ducats in a collection bowl at its base. Do you want to plunder the shrine? Absolutely not. Because the gods in this game, they would notice, I think. Okay, we ran into the first fight. Attack. Or maybe not attack, move. I don't think I can get past the other party members here. Every path is blocked, so cast spell. Combat. No, I'll wait. Grodler. Attack Brigade normally. One yell. Attack normally. Talini. She's my druid. And we have our magician, cast spell, combat, fulminictus. I need to I think I need to reduce the combat speed. It's going too fast. Orosh hits Orosh, he fumbled the attack. Kotla hits Brigand. Orosh hits Brigand. Okay, now she should have a line of fire. In the first game of this trilogy, ranged attacks can only be perfectly horizontal or vertically. There's no diagonal shooting, but in the second game, in Star Trail, there the combat system is changed, so you can do ranged attacks whenever you have a clear line of sight to the target, regardless of whether it's diagonal, vertical, or horizontal. It can even be an irregular line. But not in this first game. What spells do I have? Domination. I forgot what the evil eye is. But the spells should be in the manual. this is just... this does not explain what the spells do. This is for the character generation. Skills. Oh, Swafnir is the son of Effort. So he's a half-god. That's why he was not listed in the 12 deities at the beginning. Herbs and poison. Disease. Where the heck is the... There's no spells appendix. That's really... That's an oversight. Should be in the manual for the second game though. Oh, that's even shorter. What about the third game? Looks like they... Oh no, in the manual of the third game there's a description of the spells, okay. So Evil Eye turns an opponent against his or her companions in combat. Well, that's not of great use here. Just cast lightning to blind him a bit. Spell failed. One brigand down, one to go. Oh, he's running away. Which of these items do you wish to take? None of them, actually. I don't want to burden myself with any of that crap. Every active member of your party gains 570 experience points. Okay, let's open the chest. Magic potion, magic potion, magic potion, and another magic potion. I don't need the brandy bottle or the dagger. And the magic potions can go to the magic users. I think she also has a few magic spells, yes. Potent ones go to the magician. I think saving the game. Yeah, saving the game outside a temple costs experience points in this game, so I'm not doing that. Adjust performance. Please enter the delay to adjust your machine's performance, especially during combat. Actual value is 4. So I want a slightly higher delay so I have more time to read the messages. Let's try 6. Back to game. Let's go here first. So this just leads to a place I've already been. Let's try to... Grutler hasn't got a lockpick. Well. But Oroniel has a lockpick. You have quite clearly tripped an alarm. Well, that sucks. Also, I forgot to take my meds. Just realized. Okay, so I tripped an alarm, meaning I will probably walk into heavy resistance here. 2 brigands. Spells. Spell failed. Oh, she can help defeating that one. Hits a brigand. Attack parry aggressively. Magician. Mithras fumbles attack. Mithras hits Mithras. This guy is already running. And this one's dead. I don't want any of this stuff. 57 experience points for everyone. So I should put Grudla in front again, because she has the torch. And there's otherwise nothing in this room. So the alarm that I tripped must have been for something else. Does anyone need healing? Maybe use Talon, treat wounds. Who needs treatment? Grudla. Taline gives Grudla another 4 life points. She should still be good for a battle or two. Judging from the rations lining in the shelves, this must be the pantry. 50 food packages, 20 beer, 20 wine bottles and 5 brandy bottles. I'm not taking any of that. It's too heavy. A device has been set up here to collect heat and channel rainwater into 2 large tubs. In the corner you spot what must be some kind of primitive latrine. This is obviously a bathroom, although you have to wonder whether anyone would actually dare to use this archaic equipment. Is the torch going darker? Let's re-equip it. Is there any way to tell? Oh wait, I have to put one yell at the front to use the lockpick. Looks like the torch is losing its light. Can go no further in this direction, okay. So now I have to search. For some sort of secret door, because I haven't solved the issue of goods being stolen from the storage yet. Well, there has to be a secret door somewhere. Could be in that room in the north, where the alarm was tripped. It was here. Can I drop the object? Yes, I'm sure. Moves object. Grudler lights the torch. Now it's completely dark. Even though I just... Oh. Exchange item. Which weapon should Grudler take up? No, I want to... should have done that before combat. I should focus them down. Maybe I can cast a spell. Domination, Evil Eye. Oh, I have to stand next to him. Right. Spell Fate. Spell combat. Full spell failed. This isn't looking good for this party. Oh, he breaks his weapon. That actually sucks. Domination, let's try this again. Spell Fate. I don't think... yeah, he doesn't have any other weapons. And Mitras is close to death, so he should run away. She will keep trying to dominate this guy. Keeps failing at him. Grudler faints. Shit. Grudler loses consciousness. That's bad. She doesn't have the astral points. Oh, this guy runs away. Exchange item. Magic potion. Use item. This concentrated magic potion raises Mitras's astral points to their maximum. Spell combat form spell fate. Orosh faints. Orosh loses consciousness. It's not going well. They killed Mitras. Damn it. Yeah, this is really going badly. I think my party might be dead soon. Yep. Murith is the only survivor now. Does she have any? Can try some lightning. To weaken the attacks. Oh. Go into melee combat then. I think they are going to kill Murith. Fumbles the attack, faints, and that's it. Party over. The storm has broken sword and lyre. Silence comes. The lamps expire. Rip. Good death music though. this was the one where I had not bought a tinderbox. I have to do that real quick. Get one tinderbox. Not even haggling. So before I go in there again, this was just the blacksmith. I should bring some potions. They are all very expensive though. Even the whirlweed, which can also be eaten for hit points, for life points. The lone berry, I think that's also edible for life points. I could afford a few of those. And they don't bring that many hit points. I can afford 30 4-leaf lone berries though. Maybe even haggle a bit. Let's try this again. Oh. No, we can't. No, we can't buy from her anymore because we tried too hard to bring the price down. Let's reload them. Okay. A man with a large wheel divided into sections inscribed with amounts of money comes up to you. Want to buy a vowel? Hell no. I can't use that. Slowly and with a fearful face, the merchant retreats, talking to you all the while in a calming voice. Okay, tinderbox. And this time I will just buy the lone berries. Without trying to haggle. And then I will make sure that everyone has a few lone berries for emergency healing. They don't heal much, but it's better than nothing. Okay, then. Can try that dungeon again. Do I have to have the torch in hand? No, it's can even just be in the backpack to have an effect. So this was the Fex Shrine, still not plundering it. this time I will move back to the temple after the first couple of fights to save the game so I don't have to redo the whole dungeon over and over. This time I will take all the crap and sell it. Also, shouldn't I already get a level up after this first fight? Maybe I can only... maybe the level up had to be done while being in camp or at an inn. But yeah, so now that I have won that fight, I'll go outside again, save the game at the temple and sell the crap. Thrown out of that tavern before for cheating at the card games. Or was it 1000 XP for the first level? Well, I wanted to sell some of the crap that I found. He doesn't want the beer. and I'll just drink it. Give the potions to Mitos. Or just give all the potions to Mitos. Save the game and go back into the dungeon. Can't see shit because it's dark. Light the torch. Okay, so just going to explore everything the same way as last time. Door was already open. Random encounter. Just one brigand. Hopefully not a problem. Cast spell. Lightning. Brigand is blinded. XP for everyone. This was the room, the bathroom. Didn't have a secret door, at least not in many of those directions. On closer inspection, Rongiel notices a secret door on the wall. With a bit of effort, she even manages to open it. Okay, I didn't find this door last time. And going up north here did spring an alarm. I think that was, yeah, here, going north here, spring just taking everything this time, if I can. Oh. Can't take everything because my backpacks are full. Roniel still has 5 empty slots though. So what was this lie about? The backpack being full. I can take the 5 brandy bottles. Oh, it's because she's over encumbered. Well, then I will go outside and sell the crap. Oh shit. Can I make a retreat? I don't think I can get surrounded, so I should be able to just run away. Running is a bit of an overstatement with 1 movement point per turn. But I just want to go outside and sell the stuff I grabbed. Rations. No, she doesn't want the dagger. Surely she will accept all the beer. And the wine. And I want to sell this dagger, and I also don't need this extra spear. Okay. To the weapons merchant. Extra weapons. And I got some money. money so I can afford actually, instead of buying more healing items, I should buy better armor for everyone. Ooh. Oh, this is a cutting weapon. I should buy replacement weapons for the ones that tend to break, which is the ogre catcher and the orc hook as well. I think they tend to break a lot if I remember correctly. How many arrows do we still have? 22. Let me fill that up to 30 again. And no one has any headgear yet. So 5 leather caps, please. Let's try to haggle. Nice. Got it down to half the price. And everyone who can gets a leather cap now. The wizard cannot handle it. Why is... Oh, she doesn't have much strength. So someone else has to carry the rapier for her. That doesn't even improve the movement point situation for her. But if I get rid of the harp, it does. So I will just sell her harp. Don't need that. Right, she keeps her extra weapon and he gets an extra orc hook. Sell the harp. A face marked by disease and starvation stares at you as you turn the corner. We gave our last coin to a colleague of yours. Okay, I want this extra leather armor. Extra protection. Let's try 25. Oh, let's try 50 again. This will bring everyone's movement points down even more, but I hope it's worth it for the extra protection. Everyone's hungry. Go to an inn and eat. But we have nothing to give. Safety, safety. West, south. Back into this dungeon. Okay. So I'm not going north. This torch seems to be used. Up. So light a fresh one. This time I'm not going north here because that triggered an alarm. Take this path this time. Secret one, which was, wait, wasn't it here? Oh, it was here, okay. It also leads to the room full of brigands. Looks like I have to defeat them. But I can try to optimize my group's positioning this time. Try to move everyone so that they can't be surrounded. Make it harder for the enemy to surround them. And I'll try to do the domination spell again, even though I will most likely fail most of the time, but the druid is very poor at fighting. On yellow, fumbles attack, brigand fumbles attack. Cast spell. Exchange item, magic potion, use item. Brigand fumbles parry, but didn't say how many hit points he lost. Let's keep trying the domination spell with Druid. Spell fate. That's one guy fleeing. Keep an eye on everyone's life points. Spell failed. Another one ran away. Will she ever manage to cast that spell successfully? Now she doesn't have the spell points. Finally killed one. magician, but nope, he ran. Alright, some stuff to plunder. Rapier, rapier, rapier. Scryer, scryer. And everything else I don't want. Every active member gains 171 experience points. That's good. Now I should heal up. Yeah, these berries really are a cheap source of life points. Movement points still look okay here. And I want to run outside again, sell the crab before I come back. Nice. Also, I want to buy more of those lone berries. I didn't pay attention how many I used. Oh shit! If I buy 60, that's quite expensive. Maybe I don't want to buy 60 then. Let's go with 30. How many magic potions do I still have? Only the 2. Oh, the potent ones are very expensive though. Let's get 2 more. Okay, then don't haggle. stack. I don't need to give that many. I don't know, everyone has about the same number. So that's good enough. She can drink one right away and throw away the bottle. Back into the action. Random encounter. Another brigand. She doesn't have the assist spell. She can just wait there. And he doesn't have any spell points, so I can also just wait. Taking anything. This was the room with the big fight, dropping the torch, lighting a fresh torch. Oh, there was a message. A plump hair is turning on a spit over the fire, and the appetizing aroma of roasting meat fills the room. Okay, nothing important. There's a chest. Magic potions. That's what I need. They can keep the beer. Alright, there's the stairway down. Do I go outside to save again before I go down? Nah, I'll just go down. Oops. Instant random encounter. I should have given him the potions, but since it's only one enemy, I will just use the melee crow. about to take care of him, and the other ones can just wait. Wow, and my green elf can take a few shots. Do some targeting practice on this brigand. More XP, and I wanted to check the room to the north, another random encounter. Perhaps not so random since it's inside a room. Might be a planned encounter. Options, I didn't mean repeat the fumbling. Stupid dwarf. This is just an empty room. Checking the corridor first. unless there is any secret door here. Doesn't seem like it though. But I should know. Give all the potions to Mitras and heal up a little. Two chests. The chest must somehow be protected. Roniel was slightly wounded. Oh, it's still protected. Well then, that sucks. How about this one? Okay. Healing potion. And I don't need any of the other stuff. So what do I do? To get rid of the protection. Since I cannot use a talent here, it must be a spell that I can use. I need to check the spells manual. Movement spells. Foreman. Open up lock and door. Opens the lock on a chest or door. So Mitras, can you cast Foreman? Wait. Did it succeed or not? Guess not. Let's try that again. Mitras, movement, fallen, spell fate. Yeah, it's still protected. Of course. Good thing I brought so many lone berries. Then I have to keep trying with the forearm. So it didn't say spell failed this time. But I also don't get to open the chest, so maybe it has to be a different spell. One that destroys the protection. What other spells do I have? is a spell specifically for that. So maybe I just have to leave that chest alone. But also, there has to be a secret door. Maybe it's here. No. That bottom room then. There has to be a secret door somewhere here. Because the quest of the stolen goods still isn't solved. But maybe it's too dark now. Drop this torch. Light a fresh one. Hey, yes, Dog. Happy DOSember. Currently trying to find a secret passage in this dungeon here. Investigating an issue of missing goods from the old fortress. Did I check the... Oh, there was a message. Yes, upon closer inspection, blah blah blah, notices a hidden passage. So that was that. So I can further investigate this dungeon here now. And there's pirates! Or one pirate at least. Wait right here for the others to surround the pirate. Oh, and I forgot again that I wanted to check how many arrows I have left, because I did shoot quite a lot, so maybe Mirth will run out of arrows. Combat. Should just wait. He doesn't have a line of fire now, so he'll also just wait. Let the dwarf, the warrior, the rogue and the elf take care of the pirate. Silver jewelry, Squire and a cutlass. 285 experience points for every member of the party. I really don't remember how many experience points you need for the first level up. But I feel like I already should have passed that point. But yeah, I don't know. It seems odd. Usually the first level up is very early in the game. Maybe... No, I think it would happen automatically as soon as a character has the required points. The game will instantly be interrupted, and you have to do the level up then. At least that's how I remember it. Right, how many arrows do we still have? 3. So yeah, I should go outside to stock up on arrows. Of course, it's night time now, so nothing is open. So I have to go to an inn. Can also eat while I'm here. Stay just for one night. Sleep. Drink a couple of magic potions. Throw away the empty bottles. No, not bots. I want arrows. Let's get 40 arrows then. Arrows to the green elf, and I'm selling the Skya and the cutlass. Do I need any more torches? Yeah, it can't hurt to get a few fresh torches, but I don't think. No, the armorer doesn't sell torches. I have to go to the chandler for that. Let's get 4 fresh torches. Useless silver jewelry. It's not worth much. But it also proved to be useful to have these lone berries for healing. So I will go to the herbalist and grab a few of those again as well. Mitra says you just can't trust anyone cross-eyed. It must have been that shifty fellow lingering about at that street corner who's about to spend Mitras's 14 silver crowns now. Yep, the street corner is deserted now. Small wonder. Yeah, well, Mitras misses 1 ducat and 4 silver. Filthy thieves of Thorwall. A child comes running up to you. You want to know what I dreamt? He crows. I dreamt someone buried a large sword in the Orcish lands, right where...
coming away.
Well, nice joke. Because the goal of the game is to find that friggin' sword. Lone berries. I want to buy, like, I don't know, 15. Let's try to haggle. Okay, haggle again. No. Well then, don't haggle. Right, got fresh torches. Save the game at the temple so it doesn't cost any experience points, and then back into the dungeon. Should be able to find the way in the dark now that I already might be lost. Or maybe not. Is it here? I think it was here. This was where it goes down, but now I will light a torch. So I was exploring the corridor down here. I see a chest, but there are probably enemies in this room. If there's a chest, yeah. Of course it's guarded. I should position the party so that it's hard for the enemy to surround them. And also so that the weaker characters are protected. Oh shit, they have ranged weapons. Did not expect that. Brigand fumbles attack. Still hits Oroch though. Weapon. Oh, she's not. Ah, right. I gave the weapon to the magician because she was already low on movement points. And I don't think I can give her the weapon in combat. Does she have no, she doesn't. Or she can cast lightning on that brigand back there. Taline. Oh wait, that's my druid. Right, I wanted to cast lightning on this guy to blind him, and of course, I think this entire game the druid has only successfully managed to cast one spell. Of course I'll try again. Finally, the brigand is blinded. Hopefully that means he will miss all of his shots now. Or at least a huge percentage of them. Cast spell combat Fulminictus. I feel like the elf and the magician are the only ones in my party doing any kind of reliable damage. This one wants to run away. That's good. Alright, this one. Next guy. Drink another magic drink. Blinded guy is coming dangerously close to the druid. Transmutation. Okay, she's very bad at those spells. What other spells does she have? Doesn't seem to have any really good spells. Can still try the evil eye. Oh, this is the first time she successfully casted the evil eye after trying 20 times, but now this brigand is fighting for us, at least until the end of this battle. So I don't remember what happens. Wait, did I? I didn't mean to click computer find. Don't remember what happens if I kill the last enemy, if the one that was dominated turns back to enemy then. But it looks like since the computer fight option already caused the druid to attack that dominated brigand, he's already an enemy again. Okay, this one is running. Try to shoot him in the back now. Combat. Not enough Astra points. Weapon broken. But I think I did put a spare weapon into his backpack. Yep. Got another orc hook in my pack. And I even get a fresh one from this enemy. Gold jewelry. And I have a key. That seems important. Do I want any of this other crap? Nope. 456 experience points for every active member of the party. So I found a key. Does it say what it's for? This is a key. Okay. This was the broken orc hook, so I'll just throw that away. It's not worth taking it to a blacksmith for repair. Heal up with the trusty stock of lone berries. storage, yes. Almost full. Okay. Get rid of the empty bottle. Drink another magic potion and another one. Litter the dungeon floor with empty bottles. Okay. So there's a chest. Healing potions. Rest can stay. But click that away too quickly. Above the fireplace hangs a large cauldron filled with soup. That's the same chest that I already took everything. So that part about the map here looks very suspicious, like there might be a secret passage here. Or the character has to notice it. With one of their skills, I think it is, what could it be? Perception. Who's got the best perception? It's the dwarf. So if I put the dwarf into the lead position, maybe he will notice anything. Or maybe there's just nothing there. A ragged hole has been cut into the floor, leading to a shaft with iron steps. Do you want to climb down? No, not yet. This part of the corridor doesn't seem to get much traffic at all. The door in front of you is barred with heavy timbers, and strange protective runes cover the floor and walls. Demonic faces in the alcoves stare out at you, and you wonder if they have been placed there to ward off a greater evil, or if they are merely there to deter intruders. In either case, you know you have smoked out the thieves, which means your work here is done. Dramash will be pleased with you. Okay, so the quest to investigate the stolen goods would be done at this point. But then there's more to explore there. Still no level up. What do I want to do now? Do I go outside? No, I will explore the rest of the dungeon. And there's some danger behind this door that I also want to explore, but not right now. This seems to be the place the thieves have chosen to stash their ill-gotten goods. Crates and boxes Bales of fabric, sacks and chests. The volume makes you believe that plundering has been going on for quite some time. Nothing in particular catches your eye, and what might be worth a ducat or two is beyond your ability to carry. Knowing that there must be something of value here, you look around some more and finally stumble upon some pole arms standing in a barrel. 3 spears, 3 halberds, and double fleurs. I think the only thing worth anything is the double fleurs. Oh, and there are still 2 brigands here, apparently. Don't need any of that. More XP. Okay, the torch is going again. Drop torch. Light fresh torch. this room. Blah blah blah. Okay, so there's just another another one of their stashes. So maybe there's just, yeah, there's nothing here it seems. Another loot room. And I suppose this will also be just another one of the stockpiles. Alright, then there's the mystery door with the dangerous markings. And apparently a stray pirate. Do I have enough Astra points for form? Yep. Running. I think the cutlass and the scry are worth more than the silver jewelry, but I'd still take it. Oh, this is even... Where did I get the gold jewelry? Don't remember picking that up. Double fleurs, yeah, that's valuable, I think. Looks like I cannot get the dwarf up to 7 movement points. So there's the ladder to explore down there. behind the dangerous mystery door. I will spend the 50 XP that I just got from killing the pirate. I will spend them on saving the game here, so I don't have to run outside again, because I'm curious about this door with the danger markings. Well, I cannot open it, but so this key, use object, nothing happens, so this is not the key for this door. Can I force the door? No. Can I? Yeah, he doesn't have Astra points, and I think Mirrors can't even cast the spell. What's her foramen? -6, okay, no, there's no chance that she would succeed at opening it that way. But Mithras maybe can refresh his spell points. Ooh. He succeeds at opening it. Let me light a fresh torch, because it's already getting dark again. Alright, Old Fortress. You just catch yourself from stumbling into the depth of a bottomless pit, disappearing into darkness. Drifting up from down below, you can barely detect a strange gurgling sound. Oh wait, there was a door there, I ran past it. At the foot of the eastern wall is a hole about 4 spans in diameter. Behind it, a shaft descends quite steeply, though not vertically, down into the Stygian darkness. Do you want to climb down? Do I want to? No, not yet. First I want to... 4 torches? Sure. I'll take them. Okay, so I could climb down here. Or explore the north first. Ah, the door was already open, silly me. You notice a spear partially hidden in this nook. Do you want to take it? No. No use for a spear. Shadowy scenes form from a fine mist in the air in front of you. As you watch, you realize that you are witnessing a massive battle. Thorvalians storm up the hallway towards uniformed men in the Empire's colors, who are doing their level best to stop them. Suddenly a purple haze drifts over the scene. Attackers and defenders alike begin gasping for breath and collapse, with a look of utter panic in their eyes. Darkness descends. Well, that was dramatic. Some sort of vision. And the torches seem to go really quickly here. Relight a fresh one. The corridor has collapsed, but in the light of the torches you can see that it extends further beyond the obstruction. Will you try to clear the corridor? Yes. It's not long before you realize that you need some heavy equipment to remove the piles of debris. You decide that you'll have to admit defeat this time. Okay, maybe I need a pickaxe and a shovel. And of course, that took so long that the torches completely used up. But I have a few more with me, so that's okay. So I have to go back to town to get a pickaxe, or I climb down that mystery shaft here. You want to climb down? Yes. For a secure climb you would need a rope of at least 50 paces. Will you climb down unsecured? Go look for a rope. But I have a rope. I thought I had a rope. Does the first... Wait, who's best at climbing? Climbing 3, climbing 4. Well, that's unusual that my dwarf is the best climber in the party. So I give him the rope. Maybe one rope is not enough. Does it say how long it is? This is a rope. No, okay. Well, it's not long enough. Or I could try to climb down unsecured. Or I just go back upstairs, get a pickaxe and a shovel, and come back later. There was also this spot here where I could climb down. Could explore that. A ragged hole has been cut into the floor, leading to a shaft with iron steps. Do you want to climb down? Yes. About 12 paces down you reach a small cave which opens out to the sea. Footprints on the sandy ground prove it's in constant use, most likely by pirates or smugglers. But since nobody is here right now, you leave the cave and climb back up the steps. Okay, so that's just where they go in and out. And it has nothing to do with that sealed off extra dungeon area. So I will go outside to get some equipment. shovel. Although I think I do have a shovel. Don't I have a shovel? No. I don't. So get a shovel. And a hoe, as it is called here. Not a pickaxe, but that's what it is, I think. And what if I get 4 additional ropes? Maybe that's together with the one I have. Maybe that's 50 paces then. Not haggling. Okay, now he is really overburdened. Now the torches probably aren't the main way, but that's 5 movement points. It's good enough. But while I'm here, I want to sell this crap. And this. I want to sell the useless jewelry that I picked up. Oh, the gold jewelry is worth 15 ducats. That's nuts. Let's try to get 10% more. And I want to sell the weapon that I don't need. Who's carrying it? Grotla. Let's try to get 20% more. Okay, 10. Okay, nothing. Right, so a healing potion. Oh, the cutlass. I want to get rid of the cutlass as well. Not using that. Okay, so she has 2 ropes. And she has 3 ropes. Hopefully that will be long enough to climb down that one hole. Master Dramash, I knew I could count on you. Here are the 50 ducats I promised you, and now tell me what you found down there. Dramash leads you to the Grand Hall and orders some kegs of beer and a decent meal as well. The evening passes, and as the morning dawns, you are quite drunk, but you eventually leave, knowing that your accomplishment has made you a new and lasting friend. Okay, but that's you. I'll lay off Enver crowns? Fine, I'm sure you've been around, but before you start to tell me about it, maybe you can use this bit of information. No visit to Thorwall is complete without watching an Ioman match. Yeah, I'm not interested in your sports right now. I am here to explore a mysterious, potentially very dangerous dungeon part, but that's what we do. Us heroes seek the danger. Is this even the right way? No. Wrong room. Oh wait, I found a key. Maybe this key is for the protected chest. No, nothing happens. No, still nothing. So I still don't know what that key even does. And we have a random encounter with a pirate. Starting to wonder why I even took a druid into my party. Most of the time, the druid is just standing around doing nothing. Oh, but she will be useful in the wilderness for gathering herbs. Experience points. Right, I have to go down one more level. And the part about the climbing. Wait, wasn't that here? I feel like it was in this corner. Why does it not ask me if I want to climb down this time? Looks like that option is gone now. Oh wait, was it in the other room down there? Ah, it was here. Yes, climb down. Secure yourselves. Roniel slips and falls, but thanks to the rope you can catch her and continue downwards. Taline slips and falls. A steep shaft goes up from here, further than the light of your torches can reach. It looks as if you might be able to climb down from wherever it goes, but not up. Okay, so we are down here now. The corridor has collapsed here. There's no possible way you could go on, especially with the water up to your knees already. Not good. And let's eat a few lone berries to brighten the mood after this little mishap there. Alright. Everybody almost healed up completely. And we encounter a skeleton. Cast spell combat fulminactus. 171 experience points. And he only hit the skeleton for 10 hit points, so they seem to be brittle. Of course, that might have just been this particular skeleton. Maybe not all of them are this frail. Okay, there's stairs that go back up. So where would I come out then if I take the stairs back up? Oh. Previous level, but past this cave in here that I couldn't clear up earlier. That's good, then I can explore this level some more before I go back down. A chest. Lots of weapons in here. But I do not want to take any now. I'd rather keep my party unburdened so they have more movement points in combat. As you enter this room, you have to stop and stare at the remains of the many warriors lying about in complete chaos. Whatever the reason for the major battle which took place here, it is quite clear that the defenders guarded the room to their dying breath. There's nothing even remotely interesting to find among the jumble of decaying bones. Suddenly, flames shoot up from the floor all around you. You jump back immediately. Who would have thought a trap like that could still be working? Well, not me. Oh. Ah, secret door. Behind the flames. There's a chest there. Before I enter that room, let me eat the remaining lone berries. Everyone took quite a beating in that flame trap. Also, everyone is hungry, so they can eat one of their rations. So, let's see. You can't put your finger on it, but the aura of this room suggests that it could be someone's secret hideout. You spot an elaborate chest partially concealed in the corner across the room. What do you mean, partially concealed? I see nothing. Oh, there it is. Never mind. So, is this the key for this chest then? Let's try. Use object. Nothing happens. Hylialic fire. 6 bottles of it. If I remember that correctly, it's some sort of Molotov cocktail. Or it's not a drink. That I am quite sure of. Should give it to my ranged fighters. The druidess can have one. And the elf can also have most of them. Is there anything else here? No, chest is empty now. Okay, but this square still has the fire trap. I want to try if Mitras can cast the Transversalis. Awful at it. On a skill of -8, it's not a huge surprise. Guess I will have to take a hit from the fire again then. Yes, yes. And also the torch is running out. How many torches do I have left? 3. Yeah, it's from over here. What am I facing? Another skeleton. Hold it. I didn't mean to click computer font. Go. Move. This skeleton seems to have more hit points than the previous one. This one only died so quickly because it has a weakness to magic or something like that. Well, a chainmail shirt. I'll take it. Don't need the sword, but the chainmail shirt. I'll give that to my warrior. Who gets to carry the extra? No, she can still carry that. Doesn't change the movement points. Okay. There's another room over there. I bet there's another skeleton in here. Or maybe there's just nothing in here. What about this room? You find the skeleton of a Thorvalian, judging by the weapons and belt buckle that surround the remains. A broken blade of sword sticks out from between its ribs, and a squire with a splintered handle is clutched in its bony fist. And this was the blocked corridor. Try to clear it. Oh, I cannot clear this. This is a problem, I think. Or do I have to put the one with the equipment in front? No. Okay. So, a shovel in the hole. Is not enough to clear this corridor. Then how do I get back out? Oh, I have to go further down then. See if there's another exit. So I cannot go back this way. Do I have any healing options left? A few lone berries, a couple of drinks. Potent healing potion, that would be a waste. Okay. I have to try all the remaining paths on this level. 2 skeletons. The numbers are going up. Exchange item. Does he still have a potent potion? No, just the regular ones. Okay, that was one very brittle skeleton there. I don't want to waste my astral points on this skeleton. Some XP. I will use those XP right away to save the game. Corridor has collapsed, there's no way you can go any further. Okay then, but what about... There's a pig resting in a recess in the wall. Do you want to take it? Yes. Roniel just drank the last drop of her water. Urush just drank the last drop of his water. Grudla as well, Mitras, Mirrors, and Taline too. So we're getting thirsty. Thirsty in the dungeon. Corridor has collapsed here as well. Okay then. So this... Down the alcove you can see the putrid remains of a dwarven corpse. Using any of his equipment is out of the question. Even his chainmail is starting to decay. But despite all of the deterioration, you can't help noticing the expression of utmost terror on what is left of his face. The door failed to open the lock. Okay. This seems to be a sturdy one. large portion of the ceiling has collapsed, scattering debris about the area. A closer inspection reveals that the weight of the wreckage had caused the floor to give way as well, and the corridor below was flooded though. The gap is large enough that you might be able to slip through and swim along under the obstacle. Want to give it a try? No. That sounds like someone's going to die trying that. I want to explore this room. I have to take a quick bio break. I'll be right back. back, encountered a skeleton. hate to waste any magic on that one. Sword. Okay. This door was one that I couldn't open. Bench of there's a ring on the floor. You want to take it? Yes. Nice. This is a ring. I hope it's worth a few ducats. And I also hope I don't run out of torches. Skeletons. wisp of wind brushes across your brow, bringing a welcomed breath of fresh air. Looking up to the source of the breeze, you discover a small crack in the ceiling above you, barely noticeable, want to enlarge the crack and try to leave this dang cave. Not yet. But I need to remember the spot. I would still like to know what's behind the door that I couldn't open. Corridors collapsed, can't go further. This door. It opens with magic. Don't want to go in without any spell points. Wait, this is the Hellenic fire. Okay, so I used up all my all my drinks, my magic drinks. Can still eat a couple of lone berries. Everyone is very hungry and thirsty. I think I ate all my lone berries now. You stand in a room filled with brackish water reaching up to your waist. There's a distinctly unpleasant odor emanating from the luminous sponges that are coating the walls and ceiling. Something slimy has gripped Ronyard's foot. You hack and step with a panicked frenzy into the water until all movement has stopped. In the light of your torches, you can see where a number of suckers had latched onto Ronyard's trousers. That was close. Sorry, just had to take some peppermint oil to deal with the cough. Can't go further in this direction, but it looks like there's a passage there. Maybe not. So there's absolutely nothing in this room. Mystery solved. And oh, that was this. No, first I want to check who's the best swimmer. Skills. Body swim -3, okay. Bull Rush is not going to swim. Grudla has 4. She might be able to do it. Mitras is on 1. Mureth on 3. Yeah, it looks like Grudla is the best swimmer in the party, so I put her in front. And she can try to swim through. Who'll go first? Grudla. Grudla runs out of breath along the way and barely makes it back alive. Okay. Huh. Do I try that again? Or do I take this exit up here, which I think is an exit? Well, let's have Grudla try one more time. Gasping and coughing, Grudla reaches the other side. Along the rope she is dragged along, you can follow somewhat easier. Urush runs out of breath along the way and returns. The second attempt is more successful. Coughing, he climbs out of the water. Gasping and coughing, Ronyel reaches the other side. Mitras reaches the other side. Mureth reaches the other side. And Taline reaches the other side. Alright, there's another stair down. And a skeleton. The party is hungry and thirsty. Not at their best health either. There's a stairway down, further down into the old fortress. This looks like it could be a former hideout, at least the cots and weapon racks seem to suggest it. Before you can continue that line of thought though, 3 skeletons appear from the shadows and attack. If it's only 3 skeletons. Everyone into a good position. Exchange item, that's just for changing the item in my hand. Don't think I can give an item, because Mitras still has her melee weapon in his backpack. Destination locked. Oh, I wanted to go here. Good job, Mitas. This one is a bit sturdier, it seems. Attack. Finally. Okay, let's use those XP to save the game. There's an orc hook on the floor. I don't want to take it. I have a spare one already, I think, yes. Oh, there's a door here. And a door here. Varoniel has reached a higher level. Let's see. Okay, so 5,000 XP is apparently needed. Alright, what do I want to improve? Which positive attribute value? What was the rogues? Let me check the menu. Quickly, the rogues. Main attributes. Charisma, no, courage, dexterity and agility. So then I will give her more agility, negative attribute, which one to decrease. Superstition. The magic resistance has changed to -1, up from -3. Life points increased by 4. 20 points left to assign. Okay, now the skill improvements. First I always want 1 in perception and 1 in danger sense. And I also always want to try to get 1 in unarmed combat. Then 1 in her main weapon. Then I also always want to put 1 into swimming and 1 into climbing. And she should get better at cheating or at lockpicking. Yeah, lockpicking is important. And cheating is important for a rogue. What else do I need? Streetwise. Lying. Don't know if I ever need that. What else do we have here? Self-control. Physical control. Don't need anything here. No, I think Human nature. How does that always fail? It should be easier to raise a value while it's still low. Let's put 1 into hackling. Okay. So she's the first one to reach level 2. That's because she always does all the door opening, which gives extra experience points, and everyone else is lagging behind by about 1,000 points. This is probably another battle coming up in this room. Yep. Just 1 skeleton. It's a skeleton. Let's see where the skeleton goes first. Takes one of the weakest members of the party. No way, this is the elf, she's not the weakest. The druid is the weakest. Those experience points will be invested right back into a safe game, I think. A hallway leads into a thick and unwelcoming darkness. From the room in front of you can be heard the faint cries of tortured souls. Do you really want to go any further? Yes. And there's a thing. A demon thing. I think I gave her one of those Molotov cocktails. Doesn't say here though what item, but I think she has an item in her hand. The hash thought. Hash thought. Exchange item. Lilac fire. I think this is what I need. Because as I remember, this enemy, if I remember that correctly, it won't be affected by regular weapons. Don't even remember if it is affected by fire. Use item. Okay, so the Hellenic fire got rid of him immediately. That's nice. So it is good against those demons. Alright then. Now all that is left to find is an exit out of this dungeon. This looks like it could be a former hideout. At least the cots and weapon racks would seem to suggest it. Before you can continue that line of thought though, 3 skeletons appear from the shadows and attack. Again. But I can deal with 3 skeletons easily. At least it shouldn't be a huge problem. Exchange item. Arrows. Tech. Oh, a fourth one. A fourth one appeared through the wall. As long as I can keep the count down. And there's not an infinite number of fresh ones emerging from the wall. I should get out of this battle victorious as well. out. Lilac fires in hand in case there's another hash thought in here. This looks like one of the old supply cellars. Chests, barrels, and shelves on the walls bear witness to a well-organized operation. Glancing about, it appears that everything has been removed quite efficiently already. And there's another skeleton. Seems like that's it. That's all there was to this dungeon, and now to get out, I will have to swim through here again. Gretla, you have to wait. Gretla, you need to get through there. Wait, does anyone... Did I increase Roniel's swimming? No. Well, I did, but it's not higher than Gradla's swimming skill. If Gradla can't swim through again, okay, but it looks like yes, we got through again. Now I have to take this option to get out. A wisp of wind brushes across your brow, bringing a welcomed breath of fresh air. Looking up to the source of the breeze, you discover a small crack in the ceiling above you, barely noticeable. Do you want to enlarge the crack and try to leave the stank cave? Yes. It takes some time, but finally you make it. You pull yourselves up and find yourselves in an apparently abandoned cellar. Suddenly you hear a noise from the door. Before you can react, you are blinded by the harsh light of a lantern. Hello, what have we here then? Cave gnomes, is it? My name is Gurthok, son of Gardosh. Come on out of there, let's have a look at you. During the next few hours you enjoy several pints of dwarfish ale, and the atmosphere becomes more and more relaxed. Gurthok happens to know Master Dramosh, so at least you won't have to deal with the city guard for breaking and entering. Afterwards, the friendly dwarf leads you out into the streets of Thorwall. Who made it out alive? Isn't that nice? Alright then, do I get anything extra from Master Dramosh for clearing those lower levels? I'll save the game and find out by going to Master Dramosh once more. No extra. No extra info from him, so there was just one chest down there that I couldn't open. I should take a note. Chest Thorwall dungeon. Maybe I can come back to that one chest later in the game when Mitras has learned to handle the opening spell better. Okay, I want to sell the ring, the extra pickaxe. What's this? A bronze flask. Oh, that's an empty bottle from some of the drinks. So yes, let me sell the crap that I don't need anymore. Did I pick up any extra weapons that I don't want to keep around? Maybe it was just regular goods then. I want to keep the ropes. They proved useful ones. Sell the ring and the jewelry and the extra pickaxe. To select the stuff again, so I got interrupted by my hungry party. So the extra pickaxe. as we said, and the jewelry. Burning torch, you can have that as well. Empty flask. 2 more empty flasks. That's that. And I want to buy some extra food. Wait, did I miscalculate that? Yes, I have 6 party members, not 5. So everyone gets 3 rations and the water skins. The water skins are all empty. Doesn't show how much. But I think if I go to an inn, they will refill. If I eat here, they will refill their water skins, I think. Alright, so I'll give her those letters and that mystery key that I don't know what it's for. So what do I do? Lilac fire I will keep for emergencies. I need to stock up on arrows. Right, I can get rid of that extra leather harness that I don't need anymore. Arrows to her. Let's reach the acceptable limit. Maybe he can help carrying a couple of arrows. Doesn't give her more movement points though. So she might as well keep them. Oh, she has reached the acceptable limit. Success rapier. Not using it. It's just dead weight in my inventory. Hey, wasn't that a tug at your purse just now, or is just barely catches a glimpse of a hand being snatched back and some fellow taking off fast? Stop, thief, stop and face the music, we'll get you anyway. You, on the other hand, have your problems with the wall and... Wait, what? I feel like there was a bit of text missing there. But anyway, the guy got away. Rent a room. I want to try improving the want spell. Not enough astral points. That sucks. Well, then we'll just sleep. Then I will stock up on lone berries. They are so expensive though. But they saved my life a couple of times. The team has no room for more items. Is that so? Let's try to get a 50% discount. 25. 10. Okay. Give everyone a pile of 10 lone berries. She could only take 8. I probably don't need this many ropes most of the time, so I will get rid of all but one of the ropes. And if I come across a situation where I need more, I can just go and get more. Torches. I wanted to put all the quest items into her inventory. And since the magician still doesn't have his wand magic, Let's get 6 torches. Or maybe 8. Yeah, that's enough torches for now. And I think now I will go to the inn, rest the party to full health. Dormitories in, let's say, 5 days. Maybe that's enough. Let's try the one spell, not enough astral bonds. Okay. Now I'll save the game. Call it 02. And this concludes the first satuRPGday with Realms of Arcania Blade of Destiny in DOSember 2025. Thank you all for lurking. And I'll see you next time. Take care.